guy. Look at this mouth. I shall call you Trevor.
Heck hecky heckin' Heckerson.
Hello everybody, welcome, welcome. It's Thursday, and Thursday means Maurice Attorney. Very excited to have you all here. We're gonna continue with this case, and we're gonna continue. Yes, Apollo wrote the title today. Hello, Trithus. It's fine. Everything's fine. We did our Chords of Steel vocal exercises, and we're ready to go. Hello.
On entirely different note.
Hello.
I just found a Huffington
Discord,
Post article
can you hear
about
me?
how Sandra Bullock
Oh,
and Channing
God.
Tatum's daughters
no.
got into a fight at school.
Yeah.
They can't hear me. What's happening? Oh no.
Oh, actually, so he did originally change his last name to Ochocinco. And then he was thinking of changing it to something like a different version of the words 85.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to change it back, but then he didn't because like some finance stuff, like it got too complicated.
Molly, I just noticed what was going on stream. We're talking about Chad Ochocinco, and we cannot hear you at all.
Wait, we were on stream?
Yes!
Ah, you know how it is.
I was like, they can't hear me!
Incredible. Chad Ochocinco.
Try this,
I have
thank you
no
for
idea.
subscribing with Prime. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back to.
I don't know who Chad Ochocinco is,
He's a
and at this
football
point, I'm too afraid to ask. Okay.
He's a football player, that's all you need to know.
His number was 85, and he changed his last name to Ochocinco.
Yeah, he was really dedicated.
Good for him.
Yeah.
You know,
I think Twitch just hates you. We also can't gift you subs because you're not in this country.
You're in the wrong country. Objectively.
Yeah, sorry, something seems to have gone wrong. Please try again later.
Yeah, we all trying to give.
Yeah, I literally went like, these fucking punks. The button's right there. What are they talking about? Nope.
Everyone simultaneously
I'll
trying
do it.
to gift Emma
Idiots.
and getting denied.
Oh, nope. They're right.
We're not just lying to you. People
You
are.
think we would do that? Just go on the internet and lie?
No!
Oh man, it's gonna be nice to do some aggressive British accents.
Yeah, hi,
This week's been a long
I don't
week.
know if it's a country thing because I've
Oh,
gifted
yeah,
Nada
'cause
sub
we're doing-
before. But I think it's because you're like gifting one to you. You specifically.
Yeah, it's different, right?
Well, also, M's not able to resub. So it's like,
Yeah.
she can't do it herself.
Well,
Right? It's weird.
yeah, I suppose it. Are you trying to do? Try it on. I don't know if you're trying to do it from your phone, but try and do it from like a computer. Don't do it from your phone because it costs.
right.
One, it costs a lot more. Two, it might just be a phone problem. Anyway, we're doing our thing. You know.
Mm-hmm. God, just the range of people at this table.
The thing. What the fuck is this called?
Summation examination.
Thank you. The summation examination.
Oh, he's
I've
talking
known that
about...
woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Why did we start with 6 and then go over here? Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Coroner. Coroner.
I was Levi, would you like to... You can do Waluigi. Would you like to be Wa?
I have had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Oh my god.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without what evidences? He's not a proper chump, is he? I'll hear it.
Fucking forgot the voices we had for this fucking.
She really was that high, though. I listened when she...
Yeah,
right.
That's like her actual voice.
She's just a small child. Go, Jesus fuck.
Save that the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings as polarized opinion.
It's gonna start moving!
I would hate that.
Of course it will, Alex, just to fuck you over specifically.
Just for you. Just for you.
Corn Juror is the most wild... Why? Why does she have so much
Just
corn?
like an 8-year-old whose like dad was supposed to be on the jury and then was like, oh, shit, hold on, I need to go get something, and so she just like climbed up on the bench.
With all
Just
of
like a whole-
with her copious
an entire
amounts
bucket.
of corn.
A bucket of corn beneath her
Which
feet.
she can make Dean like a cash register.
It's a typewriter.
That's what he brought. Yeah, that's what he brought to keep her from like to shut her up while he was trying to do this.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double.
I don't know what temerity means, but I like that word.
It is good.
I like
I
the way
forget
it
as well.
sounds.
Excessive confidence.
Ooh.
Audacity. He just said that Ryunosuke had
that
the audacity.
Bitch's audacity. Sorry, I need to write down the word temerity because I like it.
The thing about you learned people is that you have the temerity.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, you can't read my mind this time?
When you don't even know what you're thinking, I can't either.
I can't explain why at the moment.
Little guy, look at this.
Yay!
I should
It
call
worked.
you Trevor! You resubscribed for 15 months. You've done it. You figured it out.
I see you got through to Twitch.
You got through to... Yes, Trithus, you were held for both witch and bitch. So, Automod was doing double duty for you today. We should get you a score.
You're
score
you're
tracker.
VIP. You're a VIP, and that's why you're allowed to
True.
say cockwomble.
It's true. Otherwise, it would have caught you again. I can't explain why at the moment. But I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, Council, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Legs.
I like him standing in the corner.
Trevor in the background.
Yeah, he's just vibing, sitting on a stool or whatever.
Alright. I've known that woman for years.
Is he referring to Courtney?
Yeah.
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 Okay, I mean, yeah, I
use
figure,
Courtney being an
I
accomplice.
figure we're talking about Courtney, but he's been asleep this whole time, and he's also a security guard. He could be talking about, Tussballs.
I think he pretty explicitly was sort of
Yeah,
saying
he was
that.
defending.
really
He was
pissed why he
defending
eliminated
Courtney
her.
Scythe.
Yeah.
And I think we are also, like, voicing him with less confidence than he actually has in canon, right? Like, I think this guy is some degree paying attention. It is just funnier if he's incoherent.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's not paying attention. I think he just talks like that.
You're valid. And I love you.
Aw, I love you too.
You went through like 80 different voices right there, just that 2 second.
Woo! The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a cop. Oh, I can't do it now. Oh, I'm broken. I'm a cop. Where did it go? He's more confident.
Spit out that pot.
It's the copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when it needs must. What's wrong with that?
Stop pulling out the gun!
Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 hot years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had the Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, we had to fight to win the public trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too. Even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him.
That's coming across loud and clear.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would. Oh, that's you. Wait, it's me, but I've already said it. There's a certain point where I want to start saying something and I don't mean to. That my initial thought is, oh, it's not me. Like, it's to say it's you, when in this case, it was just that I'm being a dumbass.
It's you!
It's me, comma, like, parentheses, derogatory.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind these murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. I have to keep this guy from becoming fair play.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies.
I don't understand what the coroner has to do with...
And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Okay.
This is a character, he's being like a character witness, I guess, or like a competency witness.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. A load of shit.
Thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Wow. Why would you assume that?
I won't hide that about myself.
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Ma'am?
Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want
She's
to.
Just like me.
She's just like me for real.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. You know, write about
Between
it, put it on the internet.
Oh my god, she's going home to write about it. She's going home to write
Hairbrain inside? Ma'am?
Oh.
That
oh,
boy's
wait.
so gay.
Hold on, what?
Perhaps the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just
Yeah!
Yes! Validation.
Oh my god, I love you.
Okay, so she's 50% correct now.
Yes! This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
Oh my god!
I mean, he's got a point. No one knows that Hairbrain and Dunzeeks were college friends, right? Like, even if, regardless of what they're talking, what she's actually pointing out is that they were friends in college, right?
Oh, yeah, I know, but it's way funnier if it's gay!
Oh, it's way funnier if she's like, oh, I get the sexual tension from over here.
Damn it, Miles.
Capcom! She's talking about the apprentice.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between Waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
So we gotta come back.
Yeah. I don't trust them much.
Levi, I'm very quietly hearing Luigi!
Wait, what? I turned my mic off! No!
What?
I don't think it came out. I don't know I'm the only one who can ever hear when Levi's like
I did hear it.
Quiet noises, but I just heard, wow, I'm number one. I'm so far away.
I was like, I'm gonna
confirm
talk this guy. I need to get myself back into Waluigi's voice. Oh my god!
Waluigi.
I didn't know that this button didn't fully work. What the fuck?
Levi, never apologize. Never apologize for Waluigi.
I'm sorry, we're skipping through this because I didn't mean to do this because I forgot that this
No, you're
bitch
good.
fucked up my order. I just wanted to see what his line was because this boy said he doesn't like cops and I didn't remember what the cop said.
Hold it!
Oh my god, what sort of problems?
I'm sorry. Okay. Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Like how the two Italians we've got are the three Italians have been Beppo, the balloon guy, and fucking Waluigi.
Right.
I'm just trying to do Waluigi British.
I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences.
You need to have a dinner theater.
So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. Not the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
He said, not in my day. Don't!
Yeah. Oh, don't do that! What are you doing? Oh,
Sir, you're about to shoot this small girl.
There's a little girl next to you.
Sir!
Excuse me. You should apologize for Waluigi spelling Waluigi.
I'm a fool and doing multiple things.
That's fair.
Fucking knock it off. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
You killed a mass murderer.
Ah, sorry. My mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
You don't look anything like him, man. You wanna be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do.
Back in my days. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
The Gregson's theme.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Oh boy.
We expected you.
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens puts her name to it. She was the best of the best. Hold it! The apple of the geyser.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Ah.
Her maiden
She's
name?
married.
So that was before she was married.
Of course, yeah. Silly me. Psych now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Have we?
I feel like we've just heard that it was another name that she had, right?
No, the old autopsy we have. We have an older autopsy from something.
Oh, so
we have
a record
we have
of
the
when,
autopsy report from the
Okay,
professor.
so she got married
Right
between
there.
this and
Yeah.
now.
So we
yeah,
can confirm
okay.
it's her.
Yeah.
Oh, and so she knows the guy's face. We can confirm that she knows the guy's face because she did the autopsy and Courtney Stevens, Courtney Scythe.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There you go. Got it.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner. Even then.
Okay. Would you like to finish your statement?
Hold it!
Problems.
Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor.
Well, that's definitely not right.
Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But there you are.
Says ACAB.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion.
This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it?
Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Oh, Sulfur, you're right. The knife guy was also ACAB. Yes, like a Scotland yardstick.
Oh.
Ryu.
Who was the other juror, number 3?
Knife boy.
Oh, it was Stereoscope guy, right?
Stereoscope.
I've been a lot of juror 3s.
Right in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah. Wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. We already did that.
He just says Stevens really loudly, and that's the only word that matters.
Right? But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry.
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
But I have evidence.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
I have evidence.
Evidence?
Evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I have nothing. I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats.
Like hairbrain?
This could be taken out of context. So, given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
You're also wearing black. So you don't trust anyone in
that's
black?
the one.
Looking in the mirror must be very trying.
That's a good line.
I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely... evidence.
Take that! What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Unusually thick for us. The crystal... Holy smoke!
Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
I do like this, like, the way they presented this.
Objection!
Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another, which means that this is not...
They're not. Fuck.
Well, Mr. Foreman?
There's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published by next month by the looks.
My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in that case.
Miss Usoto, no one is listening to what I'm saying.
Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto. Maybe they'd listen if you said better things.
Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word.
You can't take away my life badges like that.
I came back and you're fucking up.
Sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I better think again. Listen, I thought, because he said that the waxwork was definitely in the bird cage,
No, that's fair.
Ah!
No, I'm with you. I'm surprised that was not the
She's
correct
so
answer.
angry.
Look at her, the 4 red
I have
spots.
that corn.
Boy, chumma! Hold it! Talking to Tony.
Here's that was a weird line of dialogue.
Got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
The question we've
Thank
all been
you.
wondering. Asking the real questions.
Colonel Cobb. He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Is she trying to imply that it is one fucking corn on the cob? That she just got the one?
The infinite corn! The infinite
found it.
corn!
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these.
Why are you calling
Because Colonel's a coroner. It's a pun. Kind of.
Oh, because it's Colonel, like corn kernel, and then it's like fucking, I hate.
Oh.
I hate.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, funny little alliteration, haha.
No, it's Colonel.
No, it's a pun.
It's a pun.
When I
It
have something big to
sucks.
decide, colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
What? You're talking about your cup of corn.
People noble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out.
Oof.
Ay, so much. Please stop, ma'am.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back at home.
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn.
As we should all dream.
Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already.
Stop eating the corn! Amazing.
Thanks for you.
I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that bird cage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Aspen's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you'd see what additional information you can glean while trying to change jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes.
If I can read all this dialogue while trying to eat a chicken pot pie, you can do this. Also, who was it we had to go back to? Was it the juror two?
Yeah.
Who wanted
so
evidence?
So I think it's this guy.
Yeah, Courtney Stevens.
The waxwork
the waxwork.
that the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Courtney Stevens.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this gives us more evidence.
Courtney Stevens
Somehow.
was the person who did the report for the professor, who is the waxwork model that we have on the floor of the court right now. I think that's. Oh wait, hold on. Ah!
Yeah, save that shit.
Also, we didn't get anything that would indicate we should go through that. Did we go through the second woman's dialogue again after we got that information?
No.
Okay, we can do, like, I know that we've done that, that's happened before, where, like, it said, like, we need to come back to her with more evidence, so I don't know if that is...
I think we just need to pit. I think we just pit her against.
It didn't.
Okay,
It didn't specifically say like we need to come. I don't think it specifically said we have to come back to her. I think it was like we don't have anything to change her mind right now. I don't remember the specific wording of what he said.
Objection!
Yeah.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. Whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? Oh, what can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Who's apparent? Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible.
As a woman of society.
But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? Oh, how utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer, known as the Professor.
The Professor? But the man was a capital offender. So...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. Who's tippy-tapping? Who's playing a game right now?
I think Shasta's cunting.
The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
We're gonna waltz right past that one?
Yes,
Waltz
Alex.
right past Shasta's hunting?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on?
Shasta's playing Hunt Showdown.
The period game Cunt Showdown.
Ah,
Oh my! Courtney Stevens!
You can blame Levi for this, it's his fault.
This is not Levi's fault. This is strictly not Levi's fault right now.
Strike her light.
At 2, Shasta.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose?
do you guys hear that?
Yes.
The fact that someone outside my apartment is letting off. I think someone's letting off fireworks outside.
Oh,
Oh, why?
great.
It's a fucking Thursday.
It's a Thursday. It's
It is March 24th.
24th, which is nothing.
To you.
Okay, if they turn, if it happens again, I'll mute myself. But
National holidays.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no
It's
doubt in
national
my
cheese.
mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover.
Please, Levi, I need to know what holiday it is.
It's several, but one of them is it's National Cheesecake Day.
That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Light
It's also-
up the
it's also-
firecrackers for National Cheesecake
Another
Day.
option is it's World Tuberculosis Day, so that's
Woohoo!
among others.
Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, we got her.
Mysterious connections. Secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary.
Got her, boys.
We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Yeah.
She's got fucking nothing to do in her life right now. It's like her husband's like real fucking rich, and so she just lays back and writes fan fiction all day.
Hell yeah.
What rest? We had let us row come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the best corner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Fucking spitting all over everything.
As you must in doing this voice.
It's the professor! That's what links the frightful swindler in the corner.
Yeah, Trithus, you forgot AO3. Come on. Okay, does Mr. Man have more to say?
Here we are, corners under suspicion, and we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly.
AO3 won a Hugo Award. How did you forget about that one?
These two would ever be conniving with one another.
The big twist is that her last name is Stevens. No, sorry, her last name is Scythe.
Corn girl?
Jordan number 2. Her last name is Scythe.
Alex
I'm
want them
reading
to be
chat.
gay.
I was referring to what's going on in chat. Because they're talking about her potential wife. Her lovely wife. Which is Courtney Scythe. She's gonna write fan fiction about her wife.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, what statements do you refer, Counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Who? You mean me?
Oh, yes, I will stretch. I would marry Dr. Scythe, but we'd have the same first name, which would be weird. Listen, you can do it. I've known more than one couple who is, like, gotten married that have the same first name. Or very similar first names. I have a cousin.
I have no
Wild.
idea.
I have a cousin, Chris, whose wife's name is Christy. So they're Chris and Christy. I also
They're the
know.
former governor of New Jersey.
Yeah.
Together as one. Former governor.
I also know like people whose names are Sam. Like I've known 2 Sams who got married. So like, go for it, Courtney.
Did Taylor Lautner marry a Taylor? Is that real?
That's not real.
He dated Taylor Swift for a while.
I do remember that.
He dated a Taylor. You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I didn't understand much besides the corner call, to be honest.
I'm gonna start twitching.
I made it through the selection process by accident.
Of course you don't.
You are. Molly, you're already twitching.
I'm gonna strangle you.
Oof.
I'm gonna strangle you with my bare
That means
hands.
you have to come. That means you gotta come to Seattle, bitch.
If I could interject here.
This guy steps between you two,
Please do, sir. Please.
puts a hand on each of your foreheads and holds and like holds you guys apart.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence,
Evidence.
it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
I thank you for correcting yourself. It is evidence.
Yes.
Kablamo!
EBDBians.
EBDBians.
Evidence.
Well, okay then.
Sorry?
I thought she was putting it down to slap the thing, but no, she was...
If this brony gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wasn't trying to go on against Colonel Cobb. Oh, anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. Okay.
Like brain stuffing. Oh, fucking hell.
Success. If you can call it that.
Who came up with this character in specific? I just want to.
Who was like, okay, who was sitting at the fucking brainstorming table was like, okay, listen, listen to me. So there's this 10-year-old girl, right? We already have Iris, we have Iris, yes. So we have 10-year-old.
And we had little German boy.
We had little German boy. Okay, so we're sitting. So we need juror number 5 for this case, right? What if it was a little girl? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And what if
to differentiate her?
She was really, really into corn.
No, you know how Shu Takumi was fully drunk when he wrote the entirety of Justice for All? This is a Shu Takumi drunk character. He's got 5 of them down, and he's just like, oh, fuck, you know, like corn.
Sometimes
she
the
just
most
has
popular characters.
Infinite cobs of corn, and she keeps eating. But here's the best part. Okay, you're all still with me. Here's the best part. When she finishes eating the cob of corn, which happens in she does 2 full swipes, and then the corn's gone. Right? Okay, we're on the same page. When she finishes it on the second swipe, it dings like a typewriter.
Genius.
She's the daughter of that typewriter lady from earlier in the game.
Yes!
Oh my God. I love that headcanon immediately.
Molly, we have too many people in chat. I need you to move the chat down because it is in your face.
Oh no!
It's on top of you on Twitch. Too many people are talking in chat.
I thought I had it behind my camera. Why is it going in front of my camera?
As a result of the summation examination, the journey's overall leaning has changed.
Okay, I fixed it. I'm going to lower chat a bit I have to unlock chat to lower it.
Holy fuckballs, 13 viewers.
Okay. That should... Now it is behind... Now it will go behind my camera instead of on top of my face. So many people were talking. Corn.
Too many people. How dare all of you like Molly?
How dare you be active in chat?
How dare you be
honestly.
here? Why are you... Who are you people? Why are you in my house?
Two jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty.
Oh my god, this is Strongheart's granddaughter.
Oh, Strongheart's granddaughter. I was gonna thought they were referring to the judge.
Either way.
Oh, the judge too. The judge makes more sense. My brain went Lord Strongheart, not the judge.
He's babysitting today.
Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Look at our legs.
Waxwork of the diabolical, despicable professor. You know, Simon Fritz. He was just a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the whack work of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
There was a open to prove, lad. Hurry, you two.
The truth is, sir. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
I told you she was gonna be in court, Alex.
I had to figure that there wasn't anything going on with her.
I really thought that Lord Von Seeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur.
Keep Courtney from having to get on.
Make arrangements with Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
I feel like I'm there a lot. I feel like it keeps happening. Somehow. Every case.
Maybe you should stop giving me these cases.
People really should stop accepting to be the defense, the attorney for these people who need defending. This wouldn't have happened if someone had
It's a great point, Molly.
Hairbrain's attorney before. I got it like the day before the trial started. This wouldn't have happened otherwise.
The courts are now adjourned for 45 minutes.
I'm begging you, give me a guilty client. We'll plead bargain and everything.
During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand.
That's the problem, Tony. We've had guilty clients. It still doesn't work.
Madame Tuspels, yes, I would, my lord. I shall see to it at once, my lord. I feel like I've forgotten how to be him from being Waluigi, an old man.
Waluigi and old man.
24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Ah, the Knight Errant himself.
I do like the idea that Sholmes did that pose and stood there that long staring at us before saying anything.
He absolutely would. Oh, have you been watching
It's
from the
pretty in
gallery, Mr.
character.
Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask.
Asta, too.
Oh, me, all the time. What on earth is going on here? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had abducted us, who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies.
Immediately stops laughing after you say.
As it turns out, Lord Von Seeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized. Isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trials are linked to the case somehow.
Just figuring it out. That's an Ace Attorney game. Fuck.
Yes! In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
Well,
No, that leaves me as an empty set. All alone with no intersection to any other.
You're a fucking dumbass.
That was a high-pitched voice.
Iris? Or Tussbells, maybe.
Maybe.
She'd still be getting prepared, right?
excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes.
I thought so. Yeah.
Dr. Scythe.
Ah,
Okay,
Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay. What is this word? Nay?
It means
Nee.
that was her maiden name.
Nee.
Nee
Stevens.
Isn't it?
Good
it's
day
not-
to you.
I thought it was pronounced name.
Why is one accented and one not?
This not
Because-
English.
Because French.
Hello, Sholmes. It was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. Love all this posturing.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Syke. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice!
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say.
Can I propose a full theory here?
Oh yeah.
I think she is both the Reaper and the Professor.
Oh man.
Because she said she's been doing this 10 years. One of the first confirmed cases we have of hers was the autopsy of the Professor.
Oh,
Strongheart found out it was her and said, "Hey, you're good at your job. Work for me and kill the people who I don't want around anymore."
Yeah, I love that theory.
I'll cover it up. Well, I'll help you cover it up. So it's possible the Professor didn't even exist. The reason why they're like the person who died, the person whose face she saw, quote unquote, doesn't even fucking exist.
Right.
They just came up with this whole execution thing and said, "Oh, we need to hide his face and his name for privacy." But the reality is, there is no other person.
Yeah.
She went legit.
Yeah.
Legit.
You know what I mean? Like, she stopped being...
On a completely different tonal note, Tony, this is like the horniest I've ever seen you. Like, this is not...
Damn. Okay, we're gonna move on. We don't need to call out chat. We don't need to call out chat. This is not the call out chat hour.
We can call out Tony in private later.
Yes. Welcome to Lurking Snow. So,
I have no problem with it.
Good day to you.
Oh, but Molly, you've given them a free pass now. They can say whatever they want.
Listen, I can call out chat. We're not gonna specifically call out people we know on stream for...
Okay, fair enough. Sorry about that. No, Tony, I'm sorry!
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight, but to pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, do you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
You're being so ominous.
Fucking love it.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. It should have been caramel, should it not?
It doesn't matter.
Maybe, yeah.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially that bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what.
Really?
Of this case.
No, I know, but
There's
like
such a finality to that.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. Like that this is the end of this case. And it's Tuspels. And not Scythe.
Scythe specifically said she would not testify in this
I'm sure we're
case.
gonna find some fucking reason. The judge is gonna overturn it because she is the culprit, so we need to prove it.
And it's not that she won't testify. I think she maybe would testify about this case, like the case with Hairbrain. But Strongheart has forbidden it, and she said she wouldn't tell us anything about the professor.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it would need to be the judge who overrides all of that. It's still just here.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter.
That was...
I almost said carnally
I
involved,
was
and that would have been a very different.
I was so close to you saying carnally! I was just about to say that!
Glad we have the same brain rot, Molly.
Hate it!
Did I say it?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
Lord Vanzeeks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Miss Tuspels? Madam
Hello?
Miss Fuck.
Hello?
You had to fix
Give
her.
her the respect she deserves.
Madame Tuspels.
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
What the fuck?
Ooh, love it. Oh.
Yeah, they are, but thanks to you.
Things
the
are
game
about
is
to
being
become
like,
a lot
hey.
more intense.
Pay attention.
Tense on the internet too, Mike. Lagging out like crazy. Heck.
Really?
Stop playing Hunt, then.
Yeah.
If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Ma'am?
She's making
She's replacing him!
She's
replacing him.
She's making a shawl so he can't be.
His head's so fucking
That's
big.
fantastic.
Yeah, it is, Alex. You're
Yeah.
right.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
She saw what Olive did and was like, I can. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspes. I am a waxwork artisan.
Artisan, right? I'm guessing.
German.
based
That's
on-
German.
No, but like the R, right? Isn't it also like that?
Yeah, it's
Artisan.
weird.
French? Yeah. Anyway.
Artisan.
Artisan.
I am the proprietress of
Artisanal.
artisanal cheese. And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork.
Hmm.
You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving on that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Wait, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the corporate. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, there is no more that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Rhodey Osmond.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asmund did not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
That is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem that you are unaware of Tuspel's principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles.
There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution.
Oh shit.
A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed.
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display today in the House of Horrors. Or House of Horrors. That one's rough. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me. Somewhat disturbing tenacity on purpose. Of purpose.
I also can't resist the urge to roll my R's, which is the opposite. If you swallow them in French, you don't roll them.
Right.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
What? The true visage of the killer is in there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in this creation.
With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. The interment?
Internment.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know.
Cow.
There. I hid myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Was the gravedigger...
Was the person that
she enlisted?
that Drebber saw Tuspel? The person coming up out of the grave?
Oh, right.
Oh,
She thought that was so funny that she put it in her thing. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Wait, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What arm did it do, huh?
What arm indeed?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was secret. But Thespos would not be Thespos if we did not insist on absolute fidelity of to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
Wait, shit. Okay, all right. Giga Brain. We're gonna pop open the mask. It's gonna look like Clint, because that's how they hid it. Is that they switched the bodies? They used Clint's body. That's the only victim of the professor that we know is the face of.
Oh,
Right.
That's not out of the realm of
professor
possibility.
never died. They used Clint's body.
If that's true, that's gonna fuck Barack up.
Uh-huh.
good lord.
I would love that. That would be
explain-
amazing.
It would give them a good reason for our next prosecutor to not be Zeke.
To not. I have been thinking about that. I have been thinking about like how is he gonna be out of the picture, right?
Zeke's a fucking nervous breakdown.
Oh my god.
Oh, myself, I've seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam.
Now I'm gonna just see that fucking Von Zeke's face crawling out of that.
A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene depicts was a subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, good sounds.
I'm sorry, I can read French words, usually correct pronunciation, but I can't read English words in a French pronunciation. I have a newspaper from the time.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
God.
That's
Asmund
a
drew
fucking-
that.
Holy shit.
What?
Asmund drew that?
Asmund.
Oh, you fuck.
What?
Asmund drew that. It's signed by Odie Asmund.
Yeah, I see it. I
And
see
it's their
it.
signature. We have a signature on the contract with Hairbrain.
What the
Wait,
fuck?
what?
Or, I mean, with Trevor.
What?
Yeah.
That's just like Scooby-Doo shit.
Yeah.
Especially.
I'm guessing Asmund didn't see the guy's face, and so was drawing
Jesus,
like
Alex.
Right.
like
I
a
know,
representation
sorry,
meant to be
I
horrifying.
Root beer. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
The 10-year-old article has been entered into the court record.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Please excuse me. I can't.
I can't speen. Mad sheep rampage!
Oh, unexplained phenomena grips Oxfordshire region. Locals reported a most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with a sudden fright and leapt from fields and pens, not even of the Empire.
And the great stink!
The
Yeah,
great
what?
stick Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. This year's
Oh.
recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions and researches in the fields of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the
That
ranks
just straight
of
up
such
tells us what year it is.
monumental figures, something,
64.
I think maybe Noble, and Léon Foucault.
Fun fact, the person who that medal is named after is my ancestor.
Oh,
My
wow.
mom's that's my mom's maiden name.
Damn. Wow.
Copley.
With that deep Alex lore.
Yeah, whoa.
Alex
Yeah, no,
Moore.
he was a Cambridge guy, and he invented he like came up with the measurement. I think he came up with knots or some shit, like the measurement for how fast boats go.
Right. Wow.
Huh.
The Great Stink.
Mm-hmm.
Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. After a great many years, Parliament has, at long last, resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal something like away from the river. We're getting plumbing that isn't dumping our shit into the Thames.
You can steal my identity, Trithis. You can also take all over $200,000 of student loan debt that I've got. So just go nuts, go wild.
Nuts. Take that. Vicent is still there. I appreciate the confirmation, Em. Krakatoa eruption at the bottom right. You're right.
Oh my god. Also fun, if you ever go to Boston, there's tons of Copley shit all over the place, because there's just a branch of the family just happened to be super rich in Boston. That wasn't my part of the family, unfortunately. But,
Was the Ball Mosque to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to the famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his Ball Mosque there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources.
This one is about magic.
That one feels relevant.
Could it be actually relevant?
That feels relevant. And then...
Oh my god, China's...
Started a cult and made millions. Does that count for anything? Well, it sure is something. Man rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed this scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. That's more information that we didn't... Did we know that Drebber was a student at the University of London? I don't think we knew that.
I don't think we did. No, I think you're right.
Fuck.
So Enoch lived...
They all went to college.
Lived in the student dorms at the University of London.
With Hairbrain and Zeeks.
With Hairbrain and Zeeks.
No, actually, no, that's not the right timing. Because at that point, Hairbrain was already gone.
Oh, that's
right.
true. So, he's younger than them.
He might have overlapped, like he might have been there while they were still there and then they left, but...
Why can't we rotate this newspaper? I want to read more. I know, Courtney. I was thinking about that with the other newspaper, too. There's, like, very interesting shit on these newspapers. They, like, really went all out on making these newspapers interesting.
The public eye enjoy absurdity, monsieur. So that is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
I just know many cult leaders, not personally. Oh, man, I hope You never... Could be anyone. Could be you. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you is here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would forever forget.
All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of a condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer.
You gonna repeat the newspaper article that I read.
The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an air-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave.
And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it? Did Drebber have a gun?
Nobody
Why would he have a
knows.
gun?
Even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. A game.
No.
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up.
Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like these. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? Selena, shut up.
It's not Selena. She's actually just sitting in the windowsill.
Oh, it's Miles.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I was unmuted. Sorry, I didn't mean to unmute. I was looking at pages.
I thought it was Selena playing with her feather toy.
No, she's just chilling on the windowsill watching birds.
I mean, This is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Well, this special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration.
Where?
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 Where? Exo Vivi, where? Where? Alex's cat's name is Selena.
Yeah, try this, like, exactly that for that reason, yes. Except you spelled it wrong. It's I-N-A, you fucking plebeian!
The other cat I know named Selena does spell it that way, which
Because
is why I called it spelled it.
No, normal people spell it that way, but DC Comics does not.
Officer!
Yep. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Madam, may I say something?
Please, go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth.
Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Europe.
Okay.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Yeah. Damn, Susato.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
But it's possible for the alive to be not dead.
Very thoughtful, Molly. Thank you.
One might say that is the definition of being alive. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, that's a quote. That's yeah.
Sorry.
10 years ago, I was there in Millgate Cemetery.
Yes. I knew it.
After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging.
Anging.
I am Night Shyamalan. Oh, shit. It's like, that's not how anyone pronounces hanging. In any language.
Hanging.
I took a wax impression of his visions from the corpse just before it was interred.
Christ.
So I can assure you, the man was dead.
Alex, I'm thinking you're more. I'm getting on the Alex's idea train more and more. Everything she says.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
I want me and Alex to both be right.
I mean, we can.
You can definitely both be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can absolutely both be right.
In fact, one supports the other pretty significantly.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
That was a long press. Whew.
Yep.
Pretty distracted.
Try this. The current theory, Shasta's, is that Scythe was both the Reaper and the Professor, and Strongheart found out she was the Professor and helped her cover it up, and then said, "I'm going to point you in a direction, and you're going to go kill those people instead. Kill all the bad people." And then, in order to help cover it up, the body they used, this is my theory, the body they used was Clint von Zarp. No, I said
Von Zeeks.
I knew you were gonna do it.
Van Zeeks.
Van Zeeks.
Is that is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is. Assuming this subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sorts of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made of waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one Keller in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of dust spells.
Just a good guitar riff in there.
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
Well, it's not illegal.
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. Damn.
Gotta go get water. I have to go get water. Let's take a water break. Everybody go get water.
Damn it, Em.
I will take a water break, but in the other direction.
I knew
Go
you
piss,
someone was
girl.
gonna say it. Go piss, girl.
Oh, good night, Em.
Night, Em.
Okay, I'm actually gonna do that now.
Do it, whore. I can see my car from my window in front of my desk. It's very nice. I can see if anyone tries to break in. I can see if anyone tries to tow it. I also unmuted this stream, which was a mistake. I don't like hearing myself. He's reading his case notes off his hand. He wrote it in very small text, so he's like squinting real hard. That's why he looks like his eyes are closed. Okay, I don't know if it was my brain playing tricks on me or like the game is playing tricks on me, but is he breathing? Just like very subtly? I don't think he is. I don't think there's actually any movement. But sometimes I look at him and he looks like he's like very subtly moving. Same thing with not Cosmo over there. L plus fell off. He's holding his breath, waiting for everyone to come back. Man, I hope he dies.
What the fuck?
That'd be fun.
Hi.
Hey,
Oh, fuck. Why did you do that?
you. What? I don't know.
Yeah, Alex, why would you do that?
I didn't do nothing.
Alex, what the
I
fuck?
didn't do Zeke.
Alex!
I didn't do nothing.
I didn't do that. I got water. I'm drinking water for you, Em.
I'm going to bed.
Ah, fuck off.
She wanted to wait until we got back.
Hi, Izzy. Welcome.
Oh, that line was already read, I guess. I forgot. It had nothing to do with money.
Oh, shit! What I miss?
Nothing. It just
Molly,
he
You
just
said it had nothing to do with money.
Oh, okay, cool. I got back in time.
it had nothing to do with money. It's money. The man was part of London's criminal history.
That was no money.
No money.
Money. Yeah, Em, I told you to fuck off. What of it?
That is why I had to quote him. I don't know what that last sentence was.
I'm so sorry. I
It
thought
is-
you read it.
To record his history.
To record his history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tospel's Museum. Let's just read raison d'etre.
Yeah. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
Who's Gort?
Court is M's frog.
Oh.
Oh, that is a frog name.
My son Gort.
That is such a frog name. Everything makes sense now. Please send pictures of Gort to
Gort?
somewhere that we can see.
Gort's M's
Gort's the
profile
one
picture.
Icon, yeah.
Oh my god.
Gort's the frog that I drew for M on stream.
Oh, nice.
Behind the mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret!
That's why it's locked under a mask.
I understand.
And she can get away with saying it because she can tell everybody if you call her on it.
And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed. It must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
Okay.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
I just noticed this, but
What?
Zeke's has like cat eyes. He has like diamond
He's got
shaped
slits?
pupils.
Really?
Hot. Sorry.
He's the cat boy.
No,
This whole
you're
time,
correct.
he's been the cat
Miles,
boy.
don't apologize. You're correct.
I can't tell. I don't think I can tell.
Yeah,
from
my
the
Yeah,
way
screen
it
quality
is.
is.
It's-
Yeah.
It's
We're gonna see
more,
his face up close.
it's more apparent in his
he's-
model.
He's squinting suspiciously all the time, so you can't.
Yeah, it's more apparent in his. It was just like the angle of his model. Like they're very vertical. They look like cat-shaped slits. Vertical pupils. He's a predator. He is a predator. Try this. Come on.
But like in the fun way.
But like in the both way. But like in the both way. In
No.
like
Just the hot way.
in the fucking
I don't know what other way you're thinking.
in the fucking animal way, you fucking doofuses. What the fuck's
Yeah,
wrong
that's
with
what
you?
I
Why
was
would they
saying.
not both?
That's the one way. Yeah. What do you?
Okay, well, then
Anyway.
wait a second.
Yeah, we agree. Anyway.
Whatever. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Yes, Izzy in the sex way. in the animalistic way and the sex way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just one thing in my head.
Oui, exactement.
Not in the criminal way, yes. I forgot about that one. I was too busy thinking about the other ones.
Cool.
Automod caught the term masturbate.
From you?
No, I had to print
Tony.
it from
Sorry.
Tony. I'm a mod. I can say whatever
I was like,
I
I was
want.
gonna say what?
I can say cunt and titties and shit cock.
Shut the
Sure
fuck
can.
up. But that longer than you expected to be.
I have some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. Because you look like a fucking prosecutor. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly.
That would suggest that this corpse was dead longer than
Mm-hmm.
less
Like
than 24
someone
hours.
who was theoretically his victim.
Oh dear. What a horrible thought.
I also think the theory now, like, I think she was under him. She had to, like, hide under the body. Like, to get it, so that Trevor wouldn't see her. And then she, like, popped up to freak him out. To get him to run away. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. And then she was shot in, like, the shoulder or, like, close to it, but she didn't it wasn't that bad because she had a corpse between her and the bullet.
Oh my god.
Maybe in the spot where she keeps putting her hand to.
Yep. However, that night I was alone. As a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
And when I take an impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
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 A Wrigley Mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies.
Yeah, she's carving
As
a
the rule,
replacement
3
for
hours
Solms.
post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. I was trying to formulate a Danganronpa joke in my head, but it didn't work out.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death. And it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuskles. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling after this latest topic. The atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Oh. Oh.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madame, amend your testimony as discussed. Kindly amend your testimony.
Every once in a while, I get to be the weird little girl assistant, and that includes making improperly timed jokes.
Bon stir.
Isn't that bien sûr? I don't know.
Bien sûr.
Okay.
Bien fuck off.
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, it was the exact duration depends on a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. I must admit I'm a little traumatized, in fact.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Summer solstice, is that?
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholm seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
Luckily for Madame Tuspel, Sholmes is sitting in the gallery.
Yeah, she's staring at her. She's got him on her sides. She can see through her hat.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? What the fuck did she just say?
Sure, by the time of day.
Oh, yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to.
Man, she is really just stabbing into that face.
You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Sorry, is she saying that the thing with Drebber didn't happen while she was there?
She's not saying it, but that's...
Right, she's like, she says it happened, and then she said, and I was there that night, but she doesn't say when it happened in relation to her.
Right,
which is, I think, what is pushing me towards, that's because she was the reason why it sat up.
Right, it would have had to have happened logically before she was there, but then the cover wouldn't have been on the grave.
Exactly. So I think she's just purposely obfuscating it because she's the reason why he sat up.
Base, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment, okay. Took me a long time, because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. How?
It was a new body. Yeah!
Wait,
oh,
okay, hold on, okay.
A wrench and everything.
Hold on. No, hold on. No, wrong one. We have the autopsy report.
About when he died?
Yeah, at midnight. So rigor mortis would have set in, because that's...
Would have set in,
because it was at 4. So that's 4 hours after.
Yes.
So,
or, you know what?
It's probably after.
Yeah, she's probably lying about rigor mortis not sitting. Like, she's lying because she lasted there longer because she had to get rid of Drebber.
I don't think she's lying. I think she's telling the truth. I just think she couldn't tell because I imagine a not stiff body is going to be the same whether it's before or after.
Right, she just assumed...
Yeah, it's after rigor mortis was already gone away.
She assumed it was before rigor mortis set in, when in actuality it was after, because...
It was after...
But the point here is, if it was 4 hours after the death of the professor, rigor mortis would have been set in.
Yes. Rigor mortis lasts 24 to 80.
Madam Tuspel, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And? Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nibonese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspel was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, this stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so it could not have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Tsai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time he was sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Wait, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible!
Isn't that just the same thing you just said? You just said it in a different way.
Yes. Yes.
Order. Council, this is beyond folly.
No.
Because Van Zeke said it wouldn't be an accident, we said it wasn't a fucking accident.
Right.
Like, it wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, I guess, right.
It was a lie. Get fucked.
Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
Judge.
It's a conspiracy!
This goes deep.
All the way up.
God.
All the way up and all the way down.
Fuck this all.
Extraordinary!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
Did he?
He did. Of course he did. I moved him and the job with my own hands.
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die it? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen that in that case?
Yeah, what are you suggesting, Rinosuke? It's almost
Tell
impossible to believe. But it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
I'm kind of hoping that I don't know exactly what they want, but I'm kind of hoping we present the head. Right? Like we present the head and then she opens it and then that...
We don't have the head.
I think that one other person is... Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do.
In the evidence, yeah.
Yeah. And then we present the head, she opens it up, and it's Van Zeke's, and that's the one other person he's referring to.
No, I think you're referring to Drebber, right? Because he was the other person
I guess.
present.
But I think it's still the head.
I don't think Rinosuke has any reason to be predicting that the person's body that was used was Clint.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, but
I think it's the photograph of Drebber.
Why?
No.
Why is that?
No, shut up.
We're not presenting the person, I think. We're just presenting...
Yep,
Is
what
it the
said
camera?
explains what really happened on the night of
Oh,
the
shit.
execution. Oh yeah.
Oh right! If he still has that...
Was it not a gunshot? Was it a camera flash?
Was it the camera?
Oh!
Did the camera
That
go
would
off and she thought it was
make a ton of
I don't know what the
sense.
sound would have been, but the light.
Right.
Take that!
What have we here?
The answer is no.
No, that's a. Okay, never mind. Before considering the night of the execution, I would strongly advise the defense to concentrate on what is happening right now in this courtroom.
Desperately need the
What?
pee. I should have done it during the break.
Yeah, we had a piss break, Alex.
Dumbass. Yeah, Alex stayed here and talked to chat the whole time.
The next time you present such nonsensical article, Council,
Oops.
you may find that tonight is the night of your own execution.
Shut up.
Man, we really thought we were onto something there, huh?
I mean, it made some sense.
It's Alex. It's exactly like taking a road trip. When we stop the car at a gas station, you get out and go pee.
Don't make me turn this car around.
We will turn this car around.
We'll play case 2 again.
We'll play the whole case again. All of it. From the beginning. Alright, could be the head.
I mean, that is what happened on the night of the
Actually, she just said that.
Yeah.
Though I just think it's funny that like that technically is what happened.
Yeah.
This article. And then no one gets to go to Disneyland.
And no one gets to marry two spells. I guess we just say like fucking look at the mask. the under the mask, but that's feels
doesn't feel right.
So it doesn't feel right to be like, hey, this whole national
Open this
secret, yeah,
now.
fuck that. Let's look at it, bitch.
Like Rinosuke's a fool.
Have
but,
we
like,
examined the camera yet?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yes, because we were trying to find if there's a picture and then there wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, you opened it, there's nothing inside.
Yeah. Alright, I guess
Do we present that because we don't know? We still haven't addressed the fact. I don't think this is
that Asmund,
right, but we still haven't addressed the fact that it was Asmund drew it, right?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh!
I think that's
Yeah,
exactly
that's it. Right, we forgot about
person- was there.
I think the person that
Yeah.
Rinosuke is
Yeah.
referring to is Asmund.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The connection
I
to
agree.
Asmund.
The third person that he was referencing.
Is Alex back?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know, but they're pissing. That's their own fault. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
What was my fault?
Nothing.
You were pissing.
You were pissed.
Yeah, no, I figured that I was gonna have some time while you guys debated this.
Yeah.
No, we figured it out.
Yeah, I unplugged my headphones over here from the shitter.
Well, if the article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
They're just like fucking needling him. Are you
sure?
Are you
Yeah,
sure
right.
about that? Are you sure, Vansies?
Rock said fake news.
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
Mais oui! The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance at night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There'd surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
There surely would be never any hope of finding him.
On the contrary,
You're
my lord,
crazy.
we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Oh, we are. Oh, wait. So it's not common knowledge that this is Drebber?
Yeah, I think that that is probably the step we're missing here, is that we have yet to prove to the court that it's Drebber, and we all were just like, yeah, that's Drebber.
So it was Drebber from the start that we have to
Yes, my
say.
lord.
Okay.
In fact, you could say that
As in
he's
thing comes
right
later.
here before my very eyes.
Who will substantiate your latest claim now, then, Counsel?
I'm confused.
Who is the alleged witness?
Okay, yeah, it is. It is. Just,
Alright, fine.
It is
It's
just
fucking
Drebber. Okay.
our boy. Keanu's boy.
The boy.
The man in
Me
question
versus Miles on the stand.
is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Reba?
It's the little German boy
Previous witness.
who was 1 year
Man, I
old.
just thought this was common knowledge. I'm so confused. Man, I thought we were all on the same page. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order! Order! Order!
You know, I think I just assumed everyone knew it was Drebber because I felt like that was a thing they'd said earlier.
Yeah,
in
no,
this
I think
case.
it's yes, it was said earlier in this case. We figured that out like during the investigation, but I think it was just something that hadn't been presented to the court yet, and so we just like assumed everyone knew.
We're like, oh, it's 10 years ago and this was famous. Everyone surely already knows.
Right.
But no. Order, 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 order.
The
Order,
wax
order,
model did. Shut the fuck up. The wax model didn't do him any favors. Listen, Keanu, he's screaming.
I know he's hotter than that. Check the pics.
One.
Check him. Please.
The wax model is screaming. So, like, even the hottest person is going to look fucked up when they're screaming because your face goes all contorted weird. So, like, it's fine.
Impossible, Molly.
You don't have to defend his wax model. Shut the fuck up, Keanu. Bonk.
Surely not, Council.
Reba was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
She's like, yes?
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course. Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. Oh, she doesn't know he stole the model. That's the significant thing.
What situation?
Oh!
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No! But that would mean...
Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Well, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
10 years ago? What?
Oh my! Gracious!
Where?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
I'm very happy that my where emoji is getting so much use.
It's a really good emote.
No, Keanu. Lip 2 needs to burn.
Yes, yes, of course. The story of this young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never published. That is apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown at the court.
The Daily Circus?
Yeah, that's great.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. A university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London. And he has it of a student's dorms.
I don't know why I missed the entire second half of that.
Cause you're cunting!
Because you...
Yeah, but I was looking.
Video game!
I'm not playing it super actively.
I mean, we can hear you playing it.
Literally every
I can watch
time.
the screen and both of them.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would makes a perfect exhibit in my house of horrors, whether it was truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
That exhibit's been in your museum for a decade?
It's very popular.
Damn! That's so long!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lots of upkeep, revisions. You gotta constantly be...
I mean, when did you think she put it in?
I don't know, like, usually, like, usually, like, those special attraction exhibits are the ones that get cycled out. Because, like, once you've paid to see it once, you're, like, not gonna go back to see it again. So, like, I figured it was, here's my special exhibit, it's behind the curtains because we change it up, like, you know, every 6 months or something. Not, I've had this same curtained off exhibit for 10 years.
Hey,
I mean,
she's not doing
it
so hot.
She keeps it as like a special exhibit that you have to like pay to get in there. I'm assuming like she's got a pretty decent sized place, and this one corner is like a premium spot you go pay for, and so it's not like
it's extra.
Right, like it's not like a headliner. It's like a cool side whatever.
She probably has other extras in other sections.
I don't know. I just the vibes of it, and
It is
like
weird.
my usual experience with these kinds of like exhibits and museums and stuff is usually the ones that are you have to pay extra for are the ones that get cycled through because like you pay to get into like the normal museum, and then like there's this cool extra fun thing that you have to pay in more that's different. That's how they get you twice. Because you've already seen the rest of the museum once, and so the only reason you're coming back is because they changed the special exhibit. But that's not what's happening here. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the crystal tower. If a birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. That misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ah!
My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us herself, didn't she?
Okay, so is the reason... Okay, so here's another hot prediction. The reason Von Zieks isn't going to be our prosecutor the next case is because he calls Scythe to the stand.
He gets fired?
I don't think he gets fired. I
Oh.
think he gets taken off
He gets, like, punished.
for a while.
Yeah.
He's
'Cause
not
he went
allowed.
against
He's not
orders.
allowed to prosecute with us as, you know, the defense or something. Or he's just not allowed to prosecute for a while, just like how we were not allowed to defend for 6 months.
She told us. Did I say that? I think I did. I thought I did.
Sure. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Von Zieks.
Prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Yeah!
Breaking the rules, breaking the rules, breaking the rules.
Hell yes.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of you, Van Zieks.
But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. No you. In other words, me.
No, you. In other words, me.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Mr. Scythe both take the stand
Dr.
together.
Scythe.
Doctor. Why do we keep doing this?
Why do you do it?
Let Enoch Drebber.
We?
And
We?
I did it once.
We?
I did not. Somebody else said fucking Mr. instead of Madam.
No. No
Yes.
one has.
Yes, Shasta did say
Shasta
that.
said
Miss
miss instead of madam.
Okay, whatever. Fucking whatever. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Slade both take the stand together. That's his voice now. Fuck you.
Come on, don't be a baby.
Order. Very well, I will uphold your request.
Are you thirsty, Your Honor?
Bailiff, Send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. The rumor come out. Does Ryunosuke is gay?
She's also. I thought she was gone.
We're gonna need her to react to something they say.
Music!
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm
All three
disappointed
hotties
in
at
you,
once.
Lord Von Zeeks.
This is the hottest.
You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret at Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's
Surely
really
he's
what he
not
saw.
going to claim that's what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at this university, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Sure.
You should have practiced, Miles!
Oh, of course I should have, but I didn't. I think this dude's just... I think this is something he's trying to make work and it's not.
Yeah, you know what?
What an interesting twist.
Valid.
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Well then, very well then. If everyone so wishes.
You know who Drebber reminds me of?
Who, Molly?
Julia from Dropsy.
Visually, yes.
This is
Yeah.
very Julia.
Yeah.
Especially with
From
the
what little I
clockwork
know of her
theme.
vibes.
Like,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
fixes pocket watches and stuff. She's a tinkerer. She's so cool.
Let's be frank.
Sure.
I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Who is Frank?
We can both be frank, I guess. I don't. It's kind of weird.
Your mom.
What?
My mom is not called Frank.
Fine.
This witness stand is just chaos.
Woo!
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. Guess you finished that assignment I was working on about 5 minutes ago and sent it in. The
Hell
timing
yeah.
could not have been better.
Wow. Hell yeah.
We're in the cemetery 10 years ago.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting. Of moonlighting, shall we say.
Spot of moonshine.
Spot of moonshine. Yes, the illustration that was in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Why did Odie Asmund draw it?
Was he working at the paper?
What?
I mean, or is that like gonna be the reason or something like that?
Did he own the paper? Just sign everything?
That would be
But thinking back
fucking
now,
weird.
Huh?
For
It'd be
him
very
to
funny.
That
sign
would be
the illustration.
on character, though. If he was just like a guy who took credit for
On
everything.
character.
On character, on Prancer, on Dancer, on fuck you. Don't make fun of my mannerisms.
But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I had to make sure I was reading that right, because what the fuck?
Because they published his name as someone who
Yeah. Someone who thought that someone that it came back to life.
Yeah, and so it would discredit any scientific work he'd do in the future because people would
His credibility would be
yeah.
was damaged, man.
would see his name and they'd be like, "You thought a dude crawled out of a You thought a corpse came back to life. Who are you?" Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is?
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
No.
There's something very funny about the fact that Hairbrain wouldn't discredit himself at the chance of being, like, found guilty of murder, but this guy will discredit himself. He's actively discrediting himself.
Right.
It's a cool comparison. Yeah.
It's very fun.
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
What? Ha!
As you know,
Alright.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison.
You know what? That makes sense, though. If he was a fucking medical student or, like, medical scientist...
He was stealing.
He was stealing
I think,
corpses
didn't we
to
say
do...
he was probably?
We made the joke about it, and then it turned out it was real.
I mean, I wasn't joking.
I don't remember us making jokes about it, but he probably... Yeah, this makes
I said he has a
perfect sense.
shovel. He was probably there robbing the graves.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I forgot that he had a shovel. You know. I can't... Listen, I knew he was there. I don't remember what he looked like.
Among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Was it to Spain?
Grave robbing, you say?
He's
Yes.
admitting so much in court.
Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
Oh, that too, yeah. He was poor.
Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
What? Oh, Among Us. Okay. It's like, what?
Why? What?
I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
It's
Probably like
I'll explain it later. It's
Okay.
it's either a racial or ableist slur depending on how you use it.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I understand. Okay, so I understand why
Yeah.
my auto mod caught that.
Yes.
But it was trying to be an Among Us joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Which is
won't
extremely
allow
funny.
it,
Yeah.
but...
Not for Among Us.
Yeah, we totally get it. It's one of those things where it's like it's the Scunthorpe problem, right? Where like by trying to filter things out, you get them cut off. Like
Yeah.
the British city Scunthorpe Scunthorpe gets censored out because it has the word cunt in it.
yeah.
Like they can't have like websites filter them out because it's like, but that's just the name of the town. I was reading this article last night, and there was something about how something like specialist often gets like flagged weirdly because it has the word Cialis, like the erectile dysfunction drug, in it. It's fucking such a funny Wikipedia article. Holy shit.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
There was a episode of
What?
Steam Train where Ross was like playing. They were playing a kids game, and Ross put his username in as Rubber Ross as he normally does. That was not allowed. Then he typed his name in as Condom Ross, and that was okay.
Incredible.
Woo!
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Oh, that reminds me, I saw recently on Twitter someone posted like a couple screenshots of their Pokemon game. The game wouldn't let them nickname their Pokemon Fart, but it would let them name their Pokemon Ass.
Yep.
It's the thing where when whatever game it was that Pokemon first released in, Cough Egregious they couldn't trade it because it had fag in the name. But
Wow.
it's in the Pokemon name, right? Like that's
Right.
in the name of the Pokemon, FAG, but it's Cough Egregious. But you couldn't trade it. And then they actually then changed it so you could always trade Pokemon that hadn't had their name changed.
Ah.
Okay.
Which then meant the problem never happened again. But it is extremely funny.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? All right, we're gonna address
I'm glad you asked.
Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me.
Oh,
He
shit!
sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Oh!
You fuck.
Wow.
You absolutely killed this man. He ruined your life.
Oh, yeah.
Man, yeah, that's a
didn't
motive
care.
and a half.
You didn't care about the money. You didn't
Yeah.
give two shits about the money. This man ruined your entire life. You fucking killed him so good.
Damn.
Respect.
And he did all this
Obviously.
shit, like unearthing like the fucking national secrets just to do this,
Oh man.
just to get him back.
Just
Well, I mean, all he did was like all Drebber did was just do the whole thing with the fucking balloon, right? Like we're just doing this so we can prove that Drebber did it,
Right.
right? Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done.
Snow. Don't even.
Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination.
At once, my lord. This is all very spicy.
So spicy.
So spicy.
Extremely spicy.
Get some Exo Vivi spicy.
For this white bread man.
Yeah. He bleached his hair so he could be spicier.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gain the answer to that.
Okay, so Tuspel is still on the stand because she's the one who's going to have a problem with something we press on.
Yeah, that's what I said when she was there. I was like, yeah, she's the one we're gonna be like. We're gonna have to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking
The
October
land-
would die if he ate something too spicy.
Incredibly true.
God, you're so right.
The lantern and spade.
Ha! Spade! God, I thought Rinosuke was gonna say it's a shovel? Wait, no, Rinosuke is the one who always says it's a spade, right? And it's Hisato who insists it's a shovel.
Ah.
Rinosuke's just
Anyway.
like, yes!
We get an objection from Susato just for her to say it's a shovel.
Shovel!
It's a shovel, actually.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we strolled into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
Like death.
Ha 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 ha.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrained said exactly the same.
Oh, fuck.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Listen, if it gets him off, if it deflects enough for him to not
No, keep
be
going.
convicted of murder.
Let's back it up there.
If it what, Molly?
I don't know what I don't know. What did I say?
Yeah, that's how it fucking feels. That's how it feels.
If it gets him off.
Long pause.
It was funny.
It was. Funny.
Oh. If it gets him off.
Why do you mind?
If you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason.
Alex, try this.
But I never expected it to end the way it did.
Has a suggestion for how to take care of that student debt you mentioned. You just have to make a deal with your local hospital.
There you go.
Under the table.
Start digging up corpses.
Digging up those bodies. Am I right?
Yum, yum, yum.
Molly threatens enough people to kill enough people. You could probably make a deal there and work together.
It's true. It's true.
I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News. But unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tail. They ate the whole fucking table.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
We're doing a great job tonight, y'all.
Yeah.
We're real good at reading.
Listen, I spent the beginning part of this writing about the fucking Cambrian explosion. I'm worded out for the day.
Ooh, I love the Cambrian explosion.
And yet, I don't know enough about it to write it. I fully BS'd it.
That's fair.
It's only one question, though.
I understand.
And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally.
I don't know much. I couldn't write an essay about it, but it's a cool thing that happens.
Yeah, it's like there was oxygen and suddenly there was multi-cell organisms just fucking everywhere.
Everywhere! Everyone was everywhere. Thanks, Shasta.
Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
From your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That was how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them.
Yeah. We had a case about that a while back.
Yeah. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then?
Well...
Well...
Hold it!
Thinking back now...
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe... Oh, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. I had to figure out how to parse that.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise.
Okay. New theory. He did intentionally take the professor waxwork, but not because of Scythe. Because of Asmon. Because that was... Like, he was specifically trying to... It was almost probably a joke to him. He wanted to use that as the body double for him killing Asmon. Because this was... Like, that article was what ruined his life.
That's pretty, I'm into that.
But Scythe didn't mention it at all because it also isn't actually the professor, and she knows that.
Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
Camera!
I know.
Yeah.
I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
First, I want to look at this. Okay, so the picture, the article sketch does show him with a camera.
Objection!
Son of a bitch.
Never mind.
Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it?
Would you care to mull over precisely what you find odd about it on your return journey to Japan?
Fuck off.
Oh my god.
We've gotten that one before.
Yeah, we've seen that one before.
Well, I forgot it.
I'll think about it on my return journey to the past.
You made that joke last time,
On
too.
this journey.
Not that exact joke.
To the
It was.
best.
It was not. We'll go back and prove it then.
Fine, go back and prove it.
4.
Okay, we'll finish pressing.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuscles, of course.
Precisely, I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article. Comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
How old is Tuscle? He's 35. She's
only 26.
26? She was
Yeah.
16?
Hell yeah!
Wow.
Hell yeah, Esmeralda!
Oh
On that
my
grind.
god!
16 years old, going to dig up a corpse!
I mean, she expressly didn't dig it up. It wasn't interred
Well,
yet.
she didn't have to. You're right. But she did fuck around with a corpse.
Oh, yeah. I was just curious because he said young lady, and I was like, how old was she?
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
My face.
Sigmaralda grind spells.
Wow.
Oh.
She's on that Sigma grind. She's got that Sigma grind set.
I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
The camera?
Probably.
Yep.
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam? Yes.
Camera.
Ah.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
Why?
The drama.
Shakespeare.
Oh, sorry, I was busy digging through VODs. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record.
To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It was part of the special exhibit at my house of horrors.
Alright.
I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way.
It would seem then. But this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting. The details of the
There was
camera
some kind
have
of
been
after-
updated in the corridor account. The actual
Is there gonna be some
camera.
kind of after image or something?
We didn't find anything in the camera. When we
Yeah, no, I
looked at
wonder,
it
like, is
before.
there gonna be, like, something about it, or, like, something we can do to it to just figure out the last picture it took or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like 10 years is a real long time for that to stick around. If it was in the actual... I was thinking that, like, she took out the plate. So, like, she has the plate with the last picture that was taken in it. This is where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel's.
She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Which, in retrospect, makes it seem not as weird that we looked in it to see if there was still a photographic plate in it. Oh, it also... It has his...
Has his
lapel
symbols
on it.
Oh, that's cool. What a wonderful machine. Is that blood?
Maybe? You
That
really
sure
love
looks it.
contraptions like this, don't you?
Fuck. Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely?
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's... worrying.
Yes, Father tells me time. Father tells time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Oh my god, Susato!
I kept breaking all my dad's watches, just over and over again.
Poor Professor Mikotaba. Alright, okay. Yeah, that's blood. It's not on the other side.
This proves that this will be able to prove the camera was open or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that he was there when I guess when the guy got shot.
Traithus, I think we just opened the back and saw the plate was gone and didn't look at the front of the camera like doofuses.
Yeah, we super didn't. We're like, oh, is there something in it? Because we didn't think it was important. We didn't think it was the actual camera.
Right.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. The details of the camera have been updated in the court record. When the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Anyway, this was a great time to have found this.
Yeah.
Fucking... wow.
We're smart.
We're smart. That's probably why the camera didn't work. Because 1, we didn't know it was the same one, and 2, we didn't know there was blood on it.
That would, yeah.
But we're gonna press this last statement because we haven't yet. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus.
Yes. Somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night, I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
What a bad word.
I don't like it.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you have found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
Ah, smarmy bastard. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the Professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the Professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly!
I said that in my brain! As I always do. And yet... Okay.
When you're confident, I can read it on your face. It just sort of writes itself right below your head. It's just sort of the text box. I can read it.
What's a text box?
I'll tell you when you're older.
But I'm older than you are! Like,
yeah,
significantly.
Older still.
What? But why do you get to know?
I know everything.
If you'd studied harder like you were supposed to, Rinosuke.
If you had this magic book, you'd be fine.
Necro and Namicon.
Objection.
Still no? Bullshit! I'm being robbed! Grave robbed! What the fuck? But that was the one he said I needed to present evidence. What evidence?
Did you you produce the camera, right?
Yeah.
You produced the article? Because the article has the picture of him having the camera? Not that he didn't already say that he had it, but his game was being weird.
Objection.
Yeah, okay, it's just the game being weird.
Yeah, one of those things where I feel like it should have been both.
Classic Ace Attorney.
I guess
Right
it's because
there.
I guess it's because the article
here...
shows him with the camera, and so we can say this. It says you have a camera. And
but he's already said he had the camera.
I think the problem might here be how detailed he described the scene, not necessarily the camera.
I don't know. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Oh, are you saying we're in a case of we're too many steps ahead?
Yes.
Your latest claim. You did see the Professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
Love that line.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Really zooming in on the Asmon there for us.
How would he have known that he was masked if he didn't see it?
It's about the description, not the camera.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity.
That's fucked.
It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, have you just heard?
Ah!
A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Ah! Oh, I like his coat.
Yeah, it's cool. Spiky.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely... As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight.
That,
oh my God.
no. That, no.
Well, no, I think what he's trying to argue is that isn't a mask. That he described some sort of horrifying skull thing. That he saw a creature, and that this isn't an iron mask. I think that's what he's arguing.
Okay, fair.
But afterwards, I came to my senses, and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
I'm just totally full of shit all the time.
God, he so is, though. I mean, like...
I love this. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What?
He's saying he witnessed Tussballs.
Yeah, I guess, but what? Oh, but still, what?
That doesn't explain the mask, good sir.
A fellow
Necessarily.
grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work.
Keanu, I'm concerned for you if your type of compulsive liar.
Keanu also simps hard for Christoph Gavin, so that...
I mean,
Yeah.
okay, I'll be honest, I also simp hard for Christoph Gavin. I get that one.
No, I'm just illustrating here.
I just...
I also realized my hair is now long enough that I theoretically could basically cosplay Christoph Gavin with my current haircut.
Oh, baby.
Incredible.
I'm not quite Drebber yet.
Wait.
Also,
Because that's
Keanu-
crazy.
Keanu, Miles voiced Christoph
I also voiced
Alex-
Christoph.
in Alex's playthrough.
Celestia! Ow, my babe!
Oh yeah. He also loves Celestia.
Oh
I
fuck!
love
What a trio!
her!
Oh.
I love her.
Oh, you were sending us screenshots of that playthrough. Really fire.
Oh, I did share some of your like how unhinged Keanu was about Celestia.
And you were like, oh, honey.
Oh, honey. Yeah.
Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
Yes,
You're
Celeste.
claiming it was
Celeste is a character in
not
Danganronpa.
crucifixion. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Salubrious and insalubrious. Good words.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. What the fuck?
What the fuck are you talking about? No, they didn't.
I mean, this
so full of it.
When was germ theory a thing?
I don't think we're there yet, are we?
Well, they said bacteria, so there has like they're assuming we know what germs are.
I know, but I mean, like, I guess they can fuck with the time if they want.
They have.
Hey, the fellow was. Yeah. Also, so it seems like it was clear at this point in like the late 1800s. Also, remember how the explosion of Krakatoa was listed, and also was the year. It was also Darwin's getting the medal. Those dates are 20 years apart.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, the Krakatoa was in 86, and Darwin was 64, I think.
So the
right,
game's
so like
being
I
cheeky.
think this game is intentionally. There are other dates we've seen that have been like this year this happened that have been incorrect. Like so, there isn't. I think that maybe why we don't know exactly what year things happened. I don't think there is a set year from what I understand of this so far.
Okay, but it looks like germ theory started like Louis Pasteur was in 1850s, and then Koch was in 1880s. So we're in the time period where germs could have been a thing.
And bacteria
It's harmful
was invented in,
vapors.
like, 1600s.
People didn't care about germs until not that long ago.
Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection, what the fuck are you talking about?
But there's more to the story.
What are germs?
Isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work perhaps and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Oh, yes, well...
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
I suppose there's something to say.
She says, I think you're full of shit.
I heard it
Madam
with my own
Tuscles,
two French ears.
don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thought.
Would it be fair to say Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame,
Shut the
what
fuck
are
up.
you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no?
Bless you.
Bless you.
you.
Sorry,
Including the gun.
that was in canon.
Oh, yes.
Stop.
Shut up.
You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Are you threatening me? I will turn you into...
She does have a chisel. She will fuck you up.
She will take yours before you take hers.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Grr.
Please, Madam Tusples, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
Be quiet.
No, you were very explicit about the details. It's about the masked figure about the mask the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Ah, here's the camera.
Aha!
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
That will do.
What's the term for someone who makes waxwork?
Waxtress.
Waxer.
None of these are correct.
Waxtrix? That's even worse.
This is bad. Just look it up.
Sculptor.
A sculptor would probably...
I was trying to see like how angrily he could say a very clunky name about her profession. Like not an insult, just like literally the title of her job.
Right, right.
I
was thinking just like the funniest thing he could have said there.
Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account given by Madame Tusples. Just given by Madame Tusples.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
But he's a liar!
That's also baseless.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me. What?
Spattering.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Spattering blood! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Sorry, we stole it.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And that is supposed to be significant.
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it! What's that? There. Just on the bellows.
Yeah, what is it?
It looks like a dark red stain.
Really?
Molly!
Ah!
Gremlin energy.
So gremlin.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord. Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Oh! What a good way to bring her into this. Fuck.
Right.
The energy.
It would be difficult to determine if it was
Yeah,
human
try this. I
blood
think cock is an allowed word already.
and not the blood of some animal. It has to be.
Yeah, so AutoMod will catch things with certain pronunciations, but if it's just the word on its own, then we absolutely have already permitted it. It's very weird.
But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
Oh, I love the clockwork, like, coming apart.
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection! But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose, then? For who could benefit?
Mr. Trevor is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness. He's shielding someone?
Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then?
Who have we been talking about this whole time?
Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection! This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection! Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up.
And that's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose this secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Trevor's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork mortal and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah!
Alright.
Oh, it's been a while.
What?
Lord Von Seeks!
TOS.
He said, look, he was going to say leg, and then he was like, no, Lord Lindsay. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Your feet upon...
Goodness me.
Oh, okay, we're done.
Your hypnosis ability is unbelievable. It's threatening.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I've no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
Yeah, there's no way we could know that. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
I would disagree.
And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
I was correct in my reading. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness!
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture, and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Okay, so we're the motive. Odie Asmund ruined his life.
Yes, we're getting there.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny?
That's why that clause was in the contract.
He put it in
To
specifically.
keep Trevor from killing him.
Wow!
I was gonna say Trevor wrote it so he could have an
No,
alibi.
I think Odie Asmund knew.
I think Asmund is
He
trying to save his own
remembered.
ass.
Yep.
And so he was like, this is my insurance policy. I'll work with you, but you're not getting a shred of money if I'm not alive. And Drebber said, I don't need you alive.
I don't need your money, bitch.
The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. I've seen it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive, then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Charade.
He would say charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
Oh, fucking Cosmo just...
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without more proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. It's the newspaper and the contract because
For sure. Yeah.
the signatures are the same. Right here. So it's this newspaper with the O Asmund.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That dribble should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
I love this so much.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. It proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
This feels so good. There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
Posture check. Oh.
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on this illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. It's very incredible to me that in 10 years, Odie Asmund has not changed his signature.
Yeah, for a guy like him, I guess.
It
yeah.
is exactly the same.
I mean, I'll be honest. I've looked at signatures of my parents from years ago, and they look the same. Once you get it, you get it.
That's
Yeah, that's
fair.
what I was thinking of that.
That's
I was
fair.
just thinking of he's like a shitty guy who's done a lot of shitty things. Why hasn't he actually just changed how he writes his signature yet? But I don't know. Maybe that involves way too much foresight.
Yeah, I
I
suppose
can
he
never
would.
want to write my name the same way.
He was 37 when the 10 years ago signature happened. So yeah, at 37, you've got your signature down. Belong to the same person.
What? Now he knows he's fucked.
Oh yeah.
Ah!
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Heard you fall further back there.
But
explain. But you should be. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say? It's like the court hasn't been listening.
So weird.
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, say?
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Mr. Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network. Thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough!
Breakdown.
Stop this endless drivel about my life.
You're not ready to... What?
I'm not done yet.
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Come on.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of the article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with the hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some retro or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Wrench. It's hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
No. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. Ah, the trophy!
Wow.
The trophy! We break up with his
Oh,
trophy!
fuck. That's... Okay, fuck yeah. How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you have evidence, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
The Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
You nerd.
Yeah, he fucking knows, huh? He's probably seen it on Hairbrain shit.
You're probably.
Exactly this trophy, Cancel.
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh. That
The
was
truth
so
is...
sad. That animation was so sad. Oh. Finally, he's going to fold. Same Susato. Who's holding?
Who do you think? The girl next to him.
Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it. What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord!
This is going to have zero repercussions for the future.
Dr. Scythe! Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. The note tucked in here. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. No repercussions for this at all. None. 0.
Fuck. Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing. At all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion?
Your explosion.
Explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No!
Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Seeks?
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I don't
like that. I like that. As in,
I
don't
have
like
had
that.
more than enough
I
now.
didn't like that.
Because he just did a no-no, and then...
Yeah.
I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Yeah.
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber.
Thank you, Judge.
The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
We have sufficient evidence to conclude that he is not guilty.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? Like, your only friend?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean?
At the present time, it is the conclusion of the court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
Yay, not
Yeah.
guilty.
You've proven Dr. Professor Harebrain's innocence!
Dr. Professor.
Woo, all right. End of the
Dr.
case.
Professor, Dr. Professor, Doctor.
Wow.
Without
What the
further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
No! Get
When's the
me
last
out
fucking
of
ti-
here!
Ace Attorney's done this, where it's like, oh, we decided the defendant's not guilty, so it's over. I feel like that doesn't.
I think the judge
Happen in
is
Ace
scared
Attorney.
of
Oh, for
Strongheart.
sure.
Everyone's scared
For
of
sure.
Strongheart. They're like, if she was involved in this, then so was Strongheart, and we can't talk about
Strongheart
that.
shot the professor.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right.
With
Why
like
did-
the end of case music playing.
Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? No.
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
No.
Oh, they're taking the blame for this.
Yeah.
This is, fuck.
This is Scythe taking the fall. Like you said before,
Fuck.
the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really
Man, Miles,
what we
you were
want?
right about Lana Gant vibes.
Right?
What the defense should be
True.
pushing for now is...
Further testimony. I guess we... Oh my fucking god. It's so...
Yeah, I guess we do this next week.
No!
Oh,
We
shit.
all take a week to think about it.
Oh, no, I don't want to wait. I want to keep playing this game.
Playing this game, Levi.
No, I have... Oh, I guess I can just pick the chapter and like part of the chapter, huh?
Yup.
I've been doing this whole thing with y'all. I'm not gonna suddenly throw that away.
Thank you guys
Man,
so
what a
much
nice
for
innocuous
being
looking
here.
courtroom.
I hope you're having a great time. I'm having a great time.
Enoch Drebber Gaming.
Ah.
No, go in your room and think about what you're going to do. Just sit there for a week.
I mean, sorry, Hairbrain. We're gonna do further testimony.
Oh yeah. I mean, we don't really have to think about it.
But that's such that I feel like that is an Ace Attorney first, right? Where we actually did like prove by this point that Hairbrain didn't do it, that our defendant didn't do it, and then like the court's
But
like,
no,
yeah,
we fucking
not
kill
guilty,
me.
right? Because like in so many
Oh
other Ace
my
Attorney situations, you've
God.
gotten to that point, and then like the game's still like, no, you have to find out who did it, right? Like, and granted, I think that's what's gonna happen. He'll still hear, but like. The fact that it actually acknowledges, like, yeah, we could just be not guilty right now.
We
could
need
just-
to
we could
open
just
that
go.
box. We didn't open the box.
No, we gotta. We didn't open the box yet. Yeah.
We presented the box. We have to open the box.
Mm-hmm.
The
We
lid.
haven't opened up
Free
the
of the
helmet
lid.
yet.
So
the lid.
the lid.
Oh god.
Rinosuke, the
The
lid.
lid. The lid.
Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. I am
We're doing that for a week.
vibrating. I am screaming.
Sholm said to keep pushing.
Oh god, he did! He said
He
it!
did,
He said
he
we
did.
can't stop
He
until
knew.
it's all out!
He fucking knew this was gonna. Oh my
He
god.
knew! What a
Had a
piece
big
of shit!
fat dump.
What a piece of shit!
They keep going until it was all the way out.
Yeah, the piece of shit, all the way out.
Oh, come on.
I hate you guys so much. Shut up.
It's just me and Alex. You can blame us. Everybody
Yes.
else is mad. That's understandable.
Oh my god. We'll be back next Thursday. We will continue to scream. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. I will see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody.
What a place to stop. What a
Bye.
fucking place to stop.
Tomorrow we got blood.
Yeah, God.
Blood.
God.